What's up, everybody? I'm Mr. Glasgow, and this is Mr. Glasgow TV. It is Thursday, April 25th, 2019, and we're going to play some Oxygen Not Included on the PC. Quality of Life Upgrade MK3. I don't even know if I played MK1 or 2, unless the first when this first came out, maybe that was considered MK1. I'm not sure, but it's been a while. It's a fun little survival game where you basically micromanage these guys. They're sent through a portal somewhere with minimal tools, and you have to make them survive. Without oxygen, that wasn't included, so you have to produce your own oxygen, feed them, shelter them, take care of them, and all that good stuff. So I could see where it needed some work when I first played it, but it was still a lot of fun. I remember having a lot of fun playing it. So I'm interested to see how they've polished it up since then. But yeah, let's get started here. New game. Come to a glorious place where you can lead your colony into adventures with ease. Only can protect the fragile colony from this harsh and unforgiving universe. So this is new. What's the difference? I guess this is maybe easy mode? Let's try survival. Germs. I don't remember germs being a thing back when I played. Oh, it's funny. Infusing oxygen. Too much oxygen. Alright, this is our crew. Got Mary. Is that Mary or Marie? I don't know. Gossman and Ren. Let's see what their strengths are. This guy's a vomiter, ugly crier. Who's gonna be our workhorse? Maybe Ren? He has a lot of green here. Cooking, creativity, and learning. Yes. Athletics, kindness, tinkering, learning, whatever. Brigade, embark. We basically gotta relearn the game. I've woken in with a starting crew of 3 duplicants, but the situation here is not as we expected. Resources are scarce, and our pod is embedded miles beneath the planet's surface. I must help my duplicants survive before I investigate what went wrong. So there's lore too? That's cool. Pod. Tab. Okay. Colony management. Build mode. Okay, yeah, this guy. So this is Oxalite. This is our oxygen. We can use it. It's providing actually this room with oxygen. Where is the map? Where I can see it. Oxygen overlay. So that's oxygen. These guys are breathing out carbon dioxide. So thanks to this. Okay, what's in here? Nothing? Dig. I guess sideways. We need this green stuff for food. This is basically how this goes. You tell them what to do, and they do it. You don't technically control them individually, but you kind of do. Or yeah, you don't. Kind of just give orders and hopefully they follow it. Okay. How does this work again? Consumables. Base. Ladder, tile, storage bin. Should we make one? Let's make a storage. Let's make 2 storage. Outhouse. Let's make an outhouse over here, I guess. Can I build just, can I tell them to just build the ground outward in perpetuity? So it's I have to decide what goes in here. All, I guess. I feel like that's different from before. Look, water. So where do we want our porta potty? Like, what's this? It's a shine bug. Plumbing, outhouse. I kind of want it out of the way just in case it starts going haywire. How do you... How do I destroy something? How big is the outhouse? I'm literally gonna have just the outhouse room down here. So we need a ladder, right? So we got our little outhouse room. Pitcher pump manually pumps liquid into bottles for transport. Bottle emptier empties bottle liquids back into the world. Okay. Need an oxygen diffuser. How do I get there? I need metal ore. Where's metal? Is this metal? Is this metal? It's copper. Iron ore. So maybe get into this. So since oxygen rises, I feel like I build down as far down as I can to put my oxygen producing machines. Or something like that, I don't know. Oxygen diffuser, so I need this metal. Come on, get the metal. These guys are really tidying up. They need to be worried about this oxygen diffuser being built. So think about this being like this, it's going to accumulate. Yeah. It's gonna be hard to breathe in here. Oh no, they're hungry. Oh, they have food in here. This guy's taking a dump, but he probably can't even breathe in there. Can you guys get on this? How do I change priority? Priority 1. Can they not get to it? Don't they know to automatically, how to get out of this view? How do I get out of this view? Oh, they're sleeping. This person's gonna die. You're in unbreathable air almost. Unless they passed out because it was unbreathable. Go speed through this. I should have made. What's she doing? She's cleaning the outhouse? Wait, what is she putting in here? What did she just... Related storage. I don't get how you see what's in it. What are they doing? Yo, can you guys get on it? Oh, we actually shouldn't make them mind that now. Ah. You guys need to get over here. Why aren't they coming here? Hard digging skills. What? Medic door. Wire. Massage table, wash bin. Tasteful memory. Cots. These guys are gonna die. Can you guys do something? Obsidian, sand, sandstone, dirt. Pig. Granite. So do I have to look for it somewhere else? Coal, copper. Does copper count as metal ore? Guess we can see. nothing. It does. Okay, so let's do this. Let's destruct X. Let's build this super low. It's going to be our oxygen platform. It's funny because while they're trying to get down there, they're not going to be able to breathe much. So I'm going to have you guys empty this out and build with a high priority. These. Maybe a little space for the gas to accumulate and shoot up. That's the idea. Okay. That there. Okay. Okay. Can they not breathe down there? Not really. Alright, they found a pocket of air. Like I said, oxygen rises, so just need to get these built. And then we'll build our base upwards so that where the oxygen is. This copper, so we probably should get that. Faster. The thing is, with games like these, I feel like I push my people to the limit to get an initial setup. I don't really... I'm bad at doing a balanced approach to a problem. So you can see I'm trying to already min-max my base design when I should just simply build an oxygen thing nearby. But why rebuild it when you can just build it the one time? So I should probably stop this because they can't get to the granite. How do you cancel? Cancel. Wait, is that an enemy? Oh no. So this is new. Is this like them? What are they doing to exactly? I wonder. Are they like decontaminating it, cleaning it? If germing is a something, if germs is a something. Unless they could take the gas. Maybe they're taking the gas out of the air, the poisonous gas, and storing it. You guys could do it. He can't hold his breath. build the thing. Oh wait, do I need electricity for these? No, right? I think I just need this green stuff, algae, right? So it's starting to come back to me. Food. Should probably have food processor. There, it needs electricity. So we need power. Okay, I remember this. Let's have you guys over here to make power. Need copper ore. Oh, we're getting a new person. Oh, you can choose raw material now. Definitely need another person. This person seems cool. Catalina. She actually won't benefit from decor. Interesting. Can I do more than one? Print. You just got printed. Okay, build one tile. Let's do that. Let's make a cot for you, even though they haven't even built another cot for themselves. Hey guys, what's the priority on this down here? Yeah, it's priority 1. Not sure what you guys are doing. I guess they want food more than they want their oxygen. Need some storage. Maybe we cancel. Let's cancel C. Cancel that. More storage here. Tile. Cut. Things running out of food. Still not sure how you look what's inside. Status. What are you guys doing exactly? Unreachable dig. Why? Because of the gas? Oh my god. What do we do? Fine. I think we actually have oxygen enough. We need to figure out. Unreachable dig. How can we remedy this? Of course, I choose the one area. Think. Let me see what these guys are doing. are you doing exactly? Marie. Disinfecting. Okay. How do I do this? Look at movement. Check air and space accessible and duplicate. I can't reach this area. Do I have to really seriously tell them to dig first before they can build? No. They should automatically do it, right? Is it really because of the, oh, you can reach it. Okay. Build the oxygen thing quick. So I should make a little reservoir for the bad gas. We'll do it like this. I'm scared to get in here because I feel like this is poisonous. Let me see. Cancel that. And then dig. Just have like a big pit. Great. Uh-oh. Maybe I made this too far down? Maybe I should have the oxygens like right at this border here. And this is the actual pit of poison. Let's see, hold on. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, floor. 1, 2, 3, floor. So then down here we'll have our air scrubbers, which I think come in later. Oh god. Don't dig that, please. Oops. Take that. Oxygen. Creators there. So we'll do it, I guess. So we should make this priority. How do I do priority again? Priority. Whoa, I've been making all this priority number 1. What's up, Samantha? Germs and disease. Germs such as food poisoning, slime, lung can cause disease in my duplicates. You can use the germ overlay F9 to view all the germ concentration. My colony building wash basins for medicine tab, colony toilets, wash up. Okay. So we got some germs going on. So I need to build something so they can wash. Accessible space. Clear it. Deconstruct that. Actually, no. Here. Can you guys build these oxygen things? I know it's not pertinent at the moment. Okay. Wires to this. Should build batteries. Wires. No connection. What do you mean no connection? Because it still needs to be built, probably? Yeah, probably. Okay. So we got some oxalate actually here, pumping, making this a little bit more breathable. Yeah. Valid building location. You can't build on top of a ladder? Oh. This here. Can I do it? Okay. Okay. Maybe we make sleeping quarters upstairs. What are you guys doing? Oxygen wire. Pumper. So do I build this like this? This like this? Gotta clean that bathroom. Reachable. What's all this? You guys don't have to clean up everything you guys do. Work on the projects that I got laid out for you. They're hell-bent on picking up this material. Almost cleaned. Finished here. We might as well dig this, right? That's why you're probably supposed to start small. Okay, finally. All done, right? Unless you gotta clean up all this little stuff here too. Of course. How dank is it down here? Oh, not that bad. Because I believe this is probably pee water from when I think the bathroom overflew. You guys wanna go get this stuff? Triage. Physical healing. Cot. Research station. You guys wouldn't have to sleep on the floor if you focused on what I was telling you. I feel like this is just how I start out with these kind of games. I don't get the initial meta. I'm thinking too long term. Or this is just how it is. I don't know. I'm just trying to follow these prompts. So there's a food shortage. So I have 3,010 units, and they're consuming about 4,000 every day. So, you guys should start focusing on the crap that I'm telling you to do. You do minimum, bare minimum. Why are you sick? Somebody level up. So the sand is actually making it. It's gonna fall down. So let me cancel this. We actually gotta build it. You're gonna build the freaking thing so you guys have food. Oh, here we go. So this guy's great at everything except he's not athletic. Grease monkey. Interest farm and supply. I think I'm actually gonna choose him even though his athletics is bad. So he just has a bad run speed. That's not bad. He's good at everything else. Joshua, welcome. Welcome, Joshua. Oh, look, he got right on it. He got right stinking on it. What are you doing? Why? Did I not do the power right? I don't get it. Oh, her running produce food? Okay. But she should probably then build batteries so she doesn't have to run every time she wants to use it. God dang it, guys. Oh, this needs water. God dang it. Bottle emptier. Oh, build the battery! Priority. Oh, I've been doing it backwards. I've been doing it backwards. So the lower the number, the lower the priority. I guess saying it out loud, it makes sense, but when you say like priority number 1, that's what I was thinking. That's why all this is like, I guess it doesn't care if we do this. Highest priority. They're like, oh dang. We thought it was opposite day. Look at that. All of a sudden, we're all on the same page now. This needs water. This is charged. So this is powered. Mush bar. Mush bar. Status. Do I just set it automatic? Forever. It needs water. Well, if we finish this, hold on. Highest priority. There we go. Power. Okay, guys. Wire. Can I do this? I want to have my power ran nice and pretty like. Construct. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna make sense. You guys, and you're sleeping. So we're officially going to be out of food this cycle. Is this where they all die? Look at that food. It's a turd. Yep, there's our sewage. Okay, we have water now. So he's gonna get a bottle of water. And he's gonna bring it to where? To all these. So what does wire need? Wire means metal ore. So we need to go on a metal ore kind of hunt. We have 5 people? So we need more batteries. I'm trying to think how I should do this. Maybe I should have... How should I do this? Construct. All this. All this. That's metal. It's valuable. Deconstruct this actually. We're gonna do this. It's gonna be all of our energy. While up here, it's gonna be all of our power generation. What's happening? What's this noise I'm hearing? People dying? Is that noise? Oh, suffocating. Oh God. I told you get up. Do we just need to... No, these guys are dead. I think we lose. Okay. Uh, Why is... I don't get the difference between these two. How does... Do they just never die, maybe? Is it kind of just like... I don't understand how... Maybe it turns off anything that can kill your guys. But then where's the fun in that? Let's see. I like this guy's energy right here. Nicola? All hands care. Let's do it. Oh wait, I get all 3 of them. Okay, guys. We're gonna do this. This time we're gonna be smart. Okay. We need metal fast. So let's do. Okay, let's take a look at our surroundings and assess it. So we want all this metal. Looks like we got metal down here. We have water close by. Um, so first and foremost, so the way I like things separated into parts. So I was starting to try to micromanage, even though we didn't have the time for it. I want bids somewhere. I don't know. I think this is just friendly. Wait, is it breathing our air? Maybe we should kill it. We want our air. Okay. So it sucks you can't kind of plot out. I know in like what was it? Prison Architect, you could kind of plan out. There's like a planning mode. I don't know. I don't think there's a planning mode here. But basically, I still think we should have a kind of corridor of just where all the bad gas goes down. So funneling bad gas and liquids down to some kind of pit. I still kind of think we should have that. I want a storage area. Let's just go this way for now. So is this too much? Need an outhouse. There's a little monster there. Is he following what they're doing? That's kind of cool. I feel like these guys need at least. Let's see how I want to do this. One, 2, 3. So here it goes. Way down here. And then this will be the 3. This will be a floor. This will be a floor. Floor. This actually shouldn't be a floor, but maybe on this side. 1, 2, 3. 3. Okay. So we want to build into that metal there, so I need to have this. It's there. Okay. So for tall buildings, we'll save this main. This will be a main floor for tall buildings. Every other floor is going to be three units high. So we're not wasting space for air. So where are these guys? So they probably want a toilet. How wide is that thing for one of these on the way to the toilet? Are you guys seriously stuck? Oh my god. Sand. Always as deadly as ever. Plumbing. Let's make sure. Put it like this. Does it have to float on the water? I guess that's obvious. Let's put priorities, higher priorities on this. This. Put lower priorities on all this stuff. What do you think? Oh, he's fell down. Are you stuck? Don't worry, they're building ladders. Let's see. Nice. So our air is not too bad. I think I'm gonna do it like this. Have these here. Have batteries beneath them. Oops. Just a butt-ton batteries. You guys can sleep up here. And storage. Storage can be. Should I make it here? Kind of just using the floor as storage at the moment, actually, which is fine. Let's think. Could put it here. I feel like wherever I start putting it, it's just gonna be in like a whole buttload like this. This could go technically on forever. Same thing with power generation, go on forever. So I kind of want a storage level. I guess I can make it this one. Five. Don't look at me. What you doing in there, Max? Since we require food source, don't really have some. I think this algae is the food source, so we need metal ore. So we need to really go up here, start mining that. Or do we go down here to mine it first? Copper ore. So definitely want all the copper ore we can reach currently. Let's put that at 7 actually. Thing is, we're gonna get a lot of this bad gas here, which makes me nervous. Let's put these at a lower priority. Same thing with that. I actually won't turn these storage bins on because then they'll spend all day trying to fill it. Unless I put them at a certain priority, I guess, for being filled. Maybe priority 3 for all. So these should actually be 2, 2, 5, 4, 7. So these need to be like 6. Should override that. All. Stuff's just falling down. Okay, we're getting our metal. So I want to. So that'll be that. food source. What's up, Phil? This is on the Switch, is it? Hold on, let me see. Oxygen not included. I see that it's on Steam. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know that it is. It seems like a game that could be easily kind of transition to a mobile platform. But I wouldn't know off the top of my head how exactly. Okay, let's do 8 for this. So we're going to focus on that. So we still need oxygen diffusers. I'm thinking we still do it where it's from a very far down location. Do we dare go further down? It's like here. Oxygen. Which means the power would have to come all... Oh, God. We have oxygen. It's technically hooked up to power. What's this? Generator idle, missing tile. Do I need it on floor? How's our airspace looking? Oh wait, we got a thing. Come on. Oh. Oh, that's wrong. Hold on. I think it was from the last game. I must have just copied and pasted it wrong. Oh man. That's a mistake. Hold on, let me fix this. Edit. The last game I played was Katana Zero, and Katana Zero was available on Nintendo Switch also. There we go. Corrected there. I believe it also needs to be corrected on the Twitter. Yeah, sorry to get your hopes up. My bad. I don't know though. I can kind of see how they would make it. It was kind of be just like a lot of touchscreen, but there's so many. The text is so fine. I feel like it'd be really difficult, but probably still possible. Zarino. Let's delete this. Okay. Yeah, the thing is, it's still in early access here, so I don't know what that says about how long it'll take to go multi-platform, but I don't know. You know, never know. Who are we grabbing? Let's grab Lindsay. I like her energy. I'm the kind of person that shops at a store based on how well the mannequin wears the clothes. So we probably want to clean up. Let's clean up this stuff here. How do I say pick up a bunch of crap? Or prioritize it higher. There. Prioritize. So I probably, yeah, I was about to say I probably should prioritize these so these get powered up. Looks like they're doing it. I think in 2 years. How long has this been out? Let's look at the Steam page here. I feel like it's been out a while. 2017, okay. Well, since 2017, so another 2 years, basically. But having a game like this on the go, people would love it. Because I think that's how well received like a game like Stardew Valley was, right? They're like, oh man, a game that you could just sit and micromanage everybody. Okay. So we need to set this to forever. Just produce whatever you guys like. I just love the animation on that. so bad. They knew exactly what they were doing. Should I make more than one? You know what? I could actually. Because I don't like how this is like zigzag like this, right? So I could actually set this up one. Let me do it like this. I could set it here. And then make. So this is going into micromanaging. Empties bottle liquid. Okay, wait. I'm trying to see if I can maybe pump this water into this reservoir so that. But like I said, that's. I'm getting way too. City Skylines, okay. Yeah, if they can get City Skylines on Switch, they can definitely get a game like this. What's also cool about Switch lately, the news that I saw is that the whole Discord integration, that's gonna be pretty interesting. Oh god, are these running? Are they pumping it up? Pumping it up? Oh god. I don't know how I get it to pump it up. I thought oxygen rises naturally, so it wouldn't. It says something about max gas pressure here. Hopefully that means it's pumping it. You know, oxygen rises, carbon dioxide and all the other gases fall, unless that some of these gases aren't. Carbon dioxide. Why isn't it going down? This is why I need air pumps, but I feel like everyone's going to suffocate before I develop to the point of air pumps. Does everybody have a bed? How many people do I have? 4? Yeah, I just have the 4. And our little pet guy. Okay. So they're waking up for their morning jog. Getting the batteries powered. Putting water. Insufficient oxygen generation. Well, why? Because this doesn't have algae. So do I need to farm all this algae here? Lap. Oh god, that's wrong. Sorry. Cancel that. Tile here. Farm all this. Can't breathe there. When do you get air pumps and stuff? Ventilation. Oh wait, I probably need a research and development thing. Okay. Where should I put this? Put it here. Okay. Lap. Priority, top priority. Number 1. So that's why it feels weird saying number 1 priority, but I actually said it tonight. There should be a way to make an unlimited water machine when it comes in, having a good supply of something in the game. I can manage that all the time. Yeah, I think there's like a... I guess you could, how would you get unlimited water? I think you can purify the bad water and stuff. So the byproduct of like the toilet and all that. I think you can actually also get it from the air. Kind of scrub it from the air. What is up with this one level where it's just... I think it's probably smart to assume... Okay, the way I assumed all my oxygen creators are down here, so I thought the air would make it rise upward. But it looks like it's maybe more a proximity thing. So like every floor should have its own dedicated air pump. I think that's the smarter play. I was thinking of more of a macro level play. So maybe we do this, or it looks like it might be working its way up slowly. But in the meantime, I'll supplement the air rising, and they'll need power. So you can see how I'm trying to make everything very organized with like the cable management here. Oh, did he pee himself? Nicola, what's going on, my man? Should probably clean this up. Let's mop this up with a little bit higher priority. Oh, we did it. Probably should get a refrigerator instead of dropping the food on the floor. On the floor. Insufficient oxygen generation. Still? What are they basing it off of? You know what it could be also? I thought all this gas would kind of force also oxygen rises plus this gas falls, so I thought it would be more like all the bad gas would be pooling down here, but it looks like it's not pooling fast enough. So maybe I need to manually build a reservoir for just bad air. Oxygen purifiers create heat? I don't know. Oh wait, I'm like, why am I not progressing? This is what we've been this is what we've been looking for like the past however long. Okay. Oh, you can get jetpacks. Okay, focus. Ventilation is probably something it's probably top priority-ish. Employment. Skills board, power generation, switch, jumbo battery, wire bridge. Oh, to go over it. I mean, not necessary, but I guess if you wanted two separate power sources to micromanage that, but we're gonna definitely do this. Does that mean somebody has to sit at the desk and work on it? I forget. There we go. Do it, Lindsay. Yes. Do it. Yeah, maybe we get another research center? Should we kind of like really start crunching them out? I don't know how it works. I guess that would work, right? There's nothing saying I can't do it. All right, definitely need more manpower, I'm thinking. It's another mouth to feed, though. Let's take Ren. Welcome back, Ren. Let us. What are you doing? You're standing still, Ren. I don't like it. I don't like that. Oh, it's going to take power, though. That's fine. As long as I stay on top of it, the benefit should outweigh the cost. So now we have as many people as we have beds. So from here, do we need high priority maybe on the power? Power storage. Maybe another treadmill. That's what you call it, a treadmill. I call it what it is. Hamster wheel, power wheel, manual generator. Why is it this powered? Oh wait, these aren't plugged in. I'm like, why is this? Good job. Okay. What do we need? Research. Written on that research. Yeah, I remember the first time. I actually got like decently far in the progression first time around, but even then, my issue was always food. I didn't know how to manage a good food flow. And the fact that they let you not bring in another duplicate might help my situation in that aspect of not having another mouth to feed. Yeah, human hamster wheel. Okay, we're almost there. Then we can vent some of this air properly. Where would we want to pump it? I'm thinking we just pump it down here. Okay. Vent. Carries gas between inputs and intake. Outputs and intakes. Gas pipe. Bridge. Pump. Draws in gas. Runs it through pipes. Hold on. Draws in gas. Runs it through pipes. So maybe... What's the most optimal way to do this? I can maybe seal off this area, put a gas pump that pumps it to needed areas. Because right now, since it's, and then I don't know how to pump, where would I pump the bad gas? Maybe over here, make a little reservoir here for bad gas, make a reservoir here for good gas, put a pneumatic door. The thing is, does this, it doesn't block gas flow, dang it. What does this do? This probably just blocks against like enemies. So I need to get an upgraded door that blocks gas. So let me do this. Pump. That would probably go here, right? What's this gas pump? How much space do you take? Of course. A butt 10. So this is draws in gas. And then I will have it going up through here. And currently my standard level size is 3 units tall, because most of the buildings are 3 units. Exception of this area where there's a 4 unit, I don't know how many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 unit teleporter. I don't remember how many buildings are that tall. I think the slime generator is pretty tall. But basically, in the middle of every third, I could put an out vent, a gas vent. Unoccupied space. So I was thinking every third, or right in the middle for every level, so it'll be designated for that level. But can it go through? I don't know if this will work correctly. Let's see. Put 2 airlocks just to be safe. Yeah, I'll have to upgrade when I get that upgrade. See, I want to put this here. Must be built in unoccupied space. Potential power consumption. Huh. So it can't be built on the ladder, or I guess the ladder is what's in the way here. Okay. All right. I get it. Oh wait, so dang it. Everything is so tight. Okay, so how should I do this? All right. Let me cancel. Why aren't you canceling? Let's do do this. Pipes. This is correct. It'll just go, it'll be like here. It'll be like a floor vent. So I'll have to delete some things. The thing is, I'm so particular that by deleting this, it's going to leave an empty space here, but then I guess I can put just something random there. Let's delete that. Let's delete that. Let's move that. Let's move this. Let's move that. This will be weird because it'll need to be transfer all the stuff in the inside, but we'll see what happens. We'll see how that plays out. Let's put all these at highest priority so that we just get it done. Get it done ASAP. This too. Go. Then we'll have an out vent here, 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 here. And pipes. It said something about power, but I don't know. Is it from this? I don't know. We shall see. Yeah, I'm gonna seal this off like this with the doors to replace this one. This is like an egg. Can we eat the egg like a traditional egg? Oh God. Water. Where's our issue now? I think we're on top of the gas now. So where's our problem areas? I feel like we should research for problem areas. Yeah, our air situation should work itself out. Nothing up here saying we need anything. If I had to guess what's gonna be a problem, I'm thinking food. So where is food progression? Farming? Algae, terrarium, compost, planter box, ration box, grill, all that stuff. Yeah, let's do that. Can we make sure that this our power storage situation is a good? Playing this first person? Would have to be 3D. Unless they make it like the Telltale Games type of 3D where it's like 2D, 3D. Should probably get this built too pretty soon. It's funny because by the time this vent system is up, I feel like the air situation is going to work its way out. But even, I don't know what's up with this. Oh, maybe this is where all the air I wanted has been going. and it's just reaching this. It's just starting to saturate up here, so now it's starting to work its way down. I think that's what's actually happened. That's what. Oh, we got stuff. We got things going on. Compost reduces polluted dirt and other. Scrolls down, or reduces it to dirt. Okay. It's the electric view. I've played cities, but it's been a while since I've dove back in. I think I even got a DLC while it was on sale. I was like, oh yeah, this would be fun to play. Never played it. All these tutorials, I'm scared to click it. Basic controls, colony management, duplicate management, filtering water, blood pitcher pump. So this is good because I don't think this was there last time. Last time you had to go straight into like building a pump and piping system. This lets you manually grab pitchers of water, so that's cool. Temperature. Haven't really been paying attention to temperature. This all looks fine. They're in the green. Food safety. Thermal tolerance. Begins internal body temperature. Oh wait, that's temperature. This is food safety. Food to cook. Clean ingredients used to make it. Storing food in sterile or refrigerated environments will keep the food free of germs while carefully placing hygiene stations like wash basins or showers will prevent the cooks from affecting the food by handling it. Okay. Polluted water. Polluted water slowly emits polluted oxygen, which accelerates the spread of disease. Right. Points. New skill point. Was that always a thing? So these guys have been having skill points that I haven't been paying attention to. Skills. Do I add it or just it probably just manually? I think it just boosts one of these randomly, right? Or something? I don't know. It says insufficient oxygen generation, but once this pump gets up, it should work. The thing is, I guess I could turn it off when it if down here gets saturated with bad air, but it shouldn't. And I think this water level's gone down, which makes me a little nervous. Makes me want to get a pump system, pumping this into there. Polluted water. Let us mine this out. I'll give some metal, the algae, which is nice. And this is where we can have some of our things like a compost. Put it like in the back. The air is pumping. How do I get that view for that? Temperature. God, what's this? Material? Materials overlay. Light. Pumping. Okay, here it is. What's this? This is oxygen. What's this blue? Carbon dioxide. Why is it pumping carbon dioxide? I don't think I was doing it on purpose. This is why I would want this room in a self-contained oxygen-only area. Because some particles of carbon dioxide are going to make their way to this, and it's going to be pumping it. And this something about this level. I think it's because they run on this level, maybe? So it's like really they breathe a lot in it. Okay, what are we doing? Where are your guys' priorities? Let's make that a priority. I guess the floor underneath it a priority. That a priority. Doo, doo, doo. Oh yeah, let's research. Research. Farming's done. So more food, I'm thinking. And then plumbing, maybe? Plumbing and then maybe filtration. Improve. Where's the air? Let's find the air. Tight doors. Where are those? I feel like those are actually probably further in than we're gonna like. Shower. Filtration, air system. Airlock. Oh, it's so far. Plumbing then, I guess. Okay. What you doing, Nick? You sleeping? What's he doing? He's grimy. He needs a. Okay, we need a shower. Oh, we never replaced our. Never replaced our. Hand washing. Come on. Hurry. I think the shower is actually tall too. I can't remember. I have to go up like here. Ration box. Planter box. Gas bridge. Algae. Mm-hmm. Wait, it says overpressure? Overpressure. I think if it's overpressure, it just stops pumping air in here, so it's already saturated, which is fine, because then it'll skip it and go to other levels that need it. But this one's... Okay. I don't know why we would want an algae terrarium. Oh, it scrubs the carbon dioxide, though. Hmm. Let's put that around these in this area. This should be highest priority. Gas bridge. Uh-oh. Another mouth to feed. Okay, we also need to do the bids. That just reminded me. We have 5 now, so we'll get a 6th. Unless it makes us an offer we can't refuse. Small bladder. Night owl. Benhi. Bonnie? 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 I feel like we need to make more of these food stations too. Or just get to a point where we're making better food. Just eat this crap. Eat the crap. Insufficient resources. Well, we got it here. I think they're eating algae, right? Yeah, once we run out of the algae, we're going to be in a little bit of a pickle. Just a little bit. Things for oxygen look like poop. Well, this stuff, yeah. Well, yeah. Yes. Is the correct response. The thing is the compost going to start feeding into this? That's what we don't want to happen. Which is why I want a reservoir. Just a full-on reservoir of for stuff we can't, or for the bad gas, place for the bad gas to go. Wonder why we can't get that root out. Entombed. Made a mess. Ren? Take a break, my dude. If you need to take a break, take a break. Don't just pee it out. Now Max has got to clean it up. Ren, come on. How do you get more food? So right now, the only means of getting new food, I think, is this planter box. That's kind of the only thing we got going for us. I think I do that. I think I do that down here. Maybe we can, since they need carbon dioxide, right? I assume that whatever plants we're gonna grow, maybe we could put it down here where the carbon dioxide is gonna pool. Maybe. Just have a farm eating up all the carbon dioxide down here, and let's see. So basically a farm. That's kind of the only, other than going out and looking for algae all day long. I think that's the way you do it. Make up basically a farm. I guess we could do it on this level. I don't know how else. Okay, we got pumps. So that means this stuff's finished. We could also just see into the meal preparation. Isn't that what this was doing? I thought we were doing meal prep next. Oh, I think I looked at it, then I stopped. Yeah, think about making a separate area. Okay, this is a farm tile. Okay. So this turns the floor into a farmable spot instead of having a planter. So I think we have to do that. Have to do that. Pharmacology probably should have this. Because I feel like they're going to start getting sick soon. They're all just standing around filthy. We'll do this for shower and a sink. Mesh tile. This will be good for controlling airflow, but until we get airlock, blocks liquidating gas flow. Okay, yeah, so that'll be after that. All right. Okay. So this probably shouldn't be such a low level, actually. Let's put this at a 5, so they'll clean up more. It's got a bunch of junk everywhere. Having this polluted water hanging around, I don't think is good. What do entombed? How do you get something that's entombed out? Vector blocks. Another question is where are we going to get these seeds for it though? Too. Like I guess we go in here. Mealwood. I think that's what we want, right? It's in the name. Meal. I don't know. Let's prioritize it so we can figure it out as we go. It's funny. They don't, not going for these, and that seems pretty high priority. So Max, he's got food poisoning, and he's grimy. Vent liquid. So we would want that to be like here. Pipe. Can all these go overlap each other? They can. So electric, gas, and water all are able to overlap. I like that. So we're gonna try to bring it in from here. And probably gonna need power too, right? We're gonna have to keep it from spilling out. Hopefully. I should put it like this, actually. Let's make all of this. All of this high priority. Get this done. Get it done now. No research selected. Wow, we already did that? Okay. We want the air, or the airlock. And pharmacy. So we have showers? Yep. Okay. This looks like showers needs a little bit more space. Water. So this, I want to do like this. How are we gonna do this? Can they swim? I forget. Oh god. I need to shore up this. Why did they take material there? That's scary. That's scary. They realize. Let's think. I have a sink too. The sink basically replaces that, so let's wait it though. pumping it into there. We get a pump. This pump here. This pump will pump. Where am I pumping this to? Here. Oh. Okay, where's that? Where's the bridge? There's what? No power. Am I doing it? Am I doing too much? Planter. We have one seed, it looks like, for mealwood. Plant. Why can't I plant it? Oh, there's not enough space. Okay. How are we gonna do this return or waste our waistline? Because everything has been nice and neat on the having this one main vein. Be like everything is on this vein, but we need a second. I guess I could put it right next to it and just grit and bare the that'll be exposed versus hidden behind this ladder. So for future builds, I guess I could preemptively have a double ladder main vein, anticipating this situation. Mealwood plant. So now we need to wait till we have another mealwood seed. Oh, it's gonna produce these worms. And then we eat the worms. That's what it is. Or maggots. Yum. Okay, we also have a bathroom. Can't go there. Let's put it here. The sink also. Where's the sink? Oh, this waste got to go somewhere. Oh, we don't have a bridge. Oh, we do have a bridge. Can't do that. Wait, how do I rotate this? Oh. Oh, to rotate? That's so weird. Oh, I guess I don't need it right here. If I just make these go down. Over. And then the bridge. Oh. Why doesn't this work? Liquid ports can overlap, so it needs an in between. Oh, come on. I guess I could do this. There. Oh man, that looks a mess. And then this will be the waste. Where are we dumping our waste? Oh god. This is where we need a bridge. Oh. Um. Liquid vent. This is where all the waste is gonna go. It's just gonna go into this area once we have it all dug out. Because everything's falling down here anyways. Oh, the mealwood got planted. That's good. All. Pump? What's up with you? Why aren't you pumping? Probably don't have anywhere to pump to. This isn't finished. Oh god, don't do it. I'm not, no. Oh god. Wait. Because it's just gonna pump out. Look at that wall. There we go. A lot of stuff to build, a lot of stuff to work on for them here. Default scheduled downtime, no research focus. Oh, research it pretty consistently though. Medical care, sick bay. I'm still thinking it's a good idea. Light? I'm not sure I care about that. Not sure if I care about that right now. Wire bridge. Cold generator. Let's work towards that maybe. So power supply. Not that it's hurting, it's just that nobody's jumping on the treadmills. Let's finish these. So everybody has a bed. It'd be nice if this guy walked around and started like drinking the polluted water. It'd be awesome to have around. Just for that. But our oxygen situation seems to be holding up just nicely. Our water pipes. This. Let's finish all this. Yes, it stinks in here for some reason. Okay, water's pumping. Do I have power to this? I do not. RT. All this crap. A lot of stuff going on here. These should actually be set back to 5. All right. Looks so good. Looks so good. Any seeds? So I think this has meal loaf available. Why is there stuff here on the floor? It's a piece of food literally sitting on. Let's do this. Have a nice little pit for this crap to go to. What are you eating? What are you eating there? Uh-oh. Do we take food? Interior decorator. Pacifist. Art, creativity. Let's go with this guy. Sticking with the high energy, folks. Oh wait. This worries me. Why are they going for this? It's level 7. What's all this? Clean up, clean up. Let's set these to 6 priority. So more often than just not compared to everything else, they'll jump on it to charge the batteries. Any seeds? Here we go. This is about to be the pit of just dank stank. I guess I could do this. I could actually this. Oops. The reason why, so I can manually start building a wall to contain it. Oops. Deep should this be? But we also clean up all this. Harvest. Capture critter. Move debris to storage. Yeah, sleep. Uh-oh. Dang, we are rolling. What's this? Cold generator. And wait, did I stop it prematurely? I think I did. I think one of them was that. Actually, hold on. Check that. Let's go out one more. This here. Prioritize all that. So that we can have a ladder go down so that they can do the main necessary. Great. This material is too hard. Dang it. Well, that's the issue. Crap. That's a lot of crap that's there. They just fill this entire thing up with all my items that's just been sitting down here. So how is the everything is pumping into here? Hopefully I notice before this like overflows. It shouldn't. I don't feel like it should. I think that's a lot of space. Let's clean up all this. Priority. Clean it up. Put it in storage. Aren't you guys using the regular bathroom? What's up? A Toro from New Zealand. Yeah, I'm learning the game. I wish I could like explain how what I'm doing and why I'm doing it better, but still trying to learn. I feel like there's a pretty decent learning curve to wrap your head around everything you should be doing. I've been trying to upgrade. Does this need power? No, bathrooms don't need power. They're still just using the outhouse. Why wouldn't you use this? Oh wait, is this not working? Why aren't they? Why is this? I feel like that's a lot of what you end up saying in this game. Like, what the, why the? Clean up this. Kissium? What's up? Stream stuff. Just I recommend check your stream. Played at me. Alright. Well, hello. Thanks for checking me out. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We'll learn this thing together. So, what is priority? It's efficient oxygen. I'm trying to use. It's tough because you can try to use these prompts as a guide to what you should be doing, but they're not the best at guiding you. I feel like when this game is probably completed, they'll probably have like missions. Like, okay, your first mission is to set up this, 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 and this. Right now, I don't think they have that. Thanks for following on Twitch. Appreciate it. But going by this, you're kind of going by the prompts here. You're more than likely, I think, playing catch up. Like it says, I have insufficient oxygen generation, but I beg to differ. My entire area, plus areas where my people aren't even at, is pretty saturated with oxygen. So power is good. Upgrades, good. I guess I could delete these to force them to use these. Like, why isn't anybody using a shower? Empty pipe. There's no liquid in this pipe. Wait, what? Pipe blocked. This one's not blocked. How's this blocked? Pipe blocked. By this debris? Hold on, hold on. Hold up. Pipe overlay. I think this debris is blocking it. Because there's no difference between the proximity to the floor that compared to this one, so this should work. But I think that's what the issue is. So this guy's going to clean it up. And hopefully... See, right now, I have this water source being pumped into this main reservoir area. This will be our main water source, the supply shower, toilet, sink. Waste from here goes here, skips that line to this area. This is our septic tank of sorts. I've got the pipes wrong? Oh, I've got it to the wrong. Hold on. This is being pumped. Hold on. I wouldn't be surprised. Yep. Yep. That's correct. All right, we can fix this. How do I do this without destroying? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Good luck. Because in my mind, green means go, right? I guess so as like go into it. But I guess I should pay more attention. So the pump pumps to this. And hold on. I mean, it makes sense from if you look at it from the perspective of this actual shower. Green meaning go, as in going out of the shower, makes sense. But from an outward looking in, I feel like I don't know. Whatever. Okay, there, to there, to this, to this, to this, to that. All right. Let's prioritize these so it gets done. Alright, so you basically destroy these? Do we really need like multiple toilets and showers? Probably, but I don't know. All right. What do we want here? Ranch. The zoo enjoys performing ranch errands. Require one less morale. Exhibition from learning associated skill. Learning skills. Okay. Cooking. Kindness ranching. I like Harold. She likes ranching, but she has 0 ranching. He has 5 ranching, so you know. Got a lot of dupes for now. Little food you have. How's my food looking? Hold on. Food. How do I food shortage. So they're consuming 8,000 units, and I only have 7,436. So it's just now telling me this. Like, it should have been something that said your food production is subpar. No, it waits till I'm at one days left, and then it goes. Oh, by the way. By the way. Okay, so how do we fix this? Because these things aren't even, as far as I know, they haven't produced. Okay, we got a meal thing there. This is how I die. My people starve to death. I think I can go from slime. I can manufacture slime into food. Mushrooms turn slime into food. There's a lot of slime. We're running out of, algae's around still. Got a bunch of algae sitting up here just on the floor. So we could they can still work on, good old algae bars. Mesh tile. Big batteries, Russian box. This is where, like, if there was a branches of what you're supposed to be doing, by the time it gets to this point, this is where it's like I got so many things to kind of micromanage, and then I got to worry about food. I have people who are sick, I think. Wasn't there somebody who was sick? Did they just get better on their own? Trying to get hygiene up. Let's do something. Meal prep. Right? Meal prep. And then something with like agriculture. Or agriculture. Agriculture. Isn't there like something for a farming tile? Where's that? Brute force refinement. Farming tile. It's the next one after this one, after meal prep. I think I started this by accidentally clicked off of it. And then coal. I thought I've been working on these. Why are these? Do I keep resetting it? I might be resetting it. Oh. Mealwood. Mesh tile. What could really help me? Hand sanitizer, metal ore, bleach stone. I think I have metal ore, but not bleach stone. So the fact that there's different kind of music playing, I think, is the game telling me, hey, you're making some progress. Not a failure yet. Uh-oh, what's this? I think it's growth halted there for a second. Oh god. Is their environment not optimal? How do I tell? Growth requirements. Oh, he didn't put dirt in it yet. Okay. Okay, so they're putting dirt from here. Okay. Gotcha. I think that's what happened before. I think I never built compost because I was like, why do I want a pile of poop? Why do I want a pile of undesirable material? And then I just like ran out of dirt. Even though dirt should just be in general storage anyway from digging around. So I don't actually know when this will come crashing down, but it'll happen. Everybody's hungry. Should I have more than one of these? I feel like probably a good idea. Official food shortage. I mean, I guess they can make it as they go. Maybe my food shortage isn't too bad. Find out though. I'm playing on survival. I don't know if there's a slider from there. I'm making it more difficult, less difficult. You guys are just on a diet. Yeah, I did the no sweat. I don't know why. I don't know what would happen if I did no sweat. I was like, what? I assume maybe there's no survival element, so you don't have to worry about feeding them, or I don't know. I don't know what I expected from having no sweat, but I was like, the fun of this game is the imminent doom around the corner. Oh, the poop's coming out. I guess not poop, but dirty water. Food shortage. Okay, so The fact that they were producing it as is, as okay, so as soon as he produced that one meal thing from the maggots or whatever, it instantly got rid of the food shortage prompt. So they're able to produce as needed. How this one food come falling down here? Maybe as they're producing it here, it comes falling out. Forever. Produce food forever. Okay. So the research should be done, right? Why am I not getting meal preparation? I don't understand. Maybe I can't do multiple? I thought since I had 2 research stations, I could do multiple researching. Because I did meal preparation. How many times did I click this already? And then I go to this one. Yeah. So having 2 doesn't... I think having 2 makes it go faster. But it doesn't let you do 2 different things. Okay, so I just been... Whatever I selected second was just replacing what I thought I was putting first. But I'm from, from the DC metropolitan area. Yeah, that's where I was from. Currently living in Maryland. Yeah. Realizing that. Oh, like there's 2 in here now. There was an egg in here. Oh, the egg hatched. Just our friendly neighbors there. Okay. Food shortage, but we're fine. Buildings lack resources. Food stuffs. So what did we get that last round? Coal generator. Coal. How much coal do you think we have lying around? Because I'll tell you what hasn't been their priority, cleaning up. So whatever's in storage here is not a full inventory of everything we have. Clean up all this. Coal. Isn't slime a fuel source too? I'm trying to think of a renewable. How can I make... What's a renewable thing? Because right now we're still chipping away at our environment for resources, whether it's oxygen, food. The only thing close to renewable is maybe what we got going on here with the plants. But we don't really have a fully renewable system, which makes me nervous. Okay, that's so we want farm tile, right? Oh, it's farm tile. Hydroponic farm. Oh, it's right here. So what's the difference between this? Grows one plant from a seed, can be used as a floor tile and rotated before construction. Oh, so you could grow plants upside down. Can you do that with this? Can be used as floor tile and rotated before construction. Oh, interesting. I never thought about growing them upside down until I read that. So what's the difference? Hydroponic farm versus... I guess you'll be having to feed water into this tile. Irrigated, probably special plant requirement for it. So we have a farm tile, probably better than a planter, right? What should we do next? Auto waters. Auto water certain plants. Okay, nice, nice. What? Airflow tile. Manual airlock. I feel like this would be good to start micromanaging our air. Have it not just be chaos of it flowing wherever it wants to, which is we're overproducing oxygen to the point where we don't really have to focus on that, but I just want to have that option. Employment next? All right. I guess, yeah, I should work my way from one side of the progression table to the other side instead of trying to do everything, right? Makes sense. Especially if it's going to cost more research points progressively. Okay, so this is done. This is done, though. I could just destroy all this. So they will have the raw material. Water reservoirs looking strong. I'm gonna be nervous when if it ever gets to the point where it's like, all right, you're running out of water, because then I can go to polluted water filtration. I think slime also has a byproduct of polluted water, then filter it. I forget. So much. What happened? You researched something? That was quick. Filtration. Separates one gas from another. Sure. That way I can have this pumping, but then filtering out bad air. Or carbon dioxide. So it's only pumping oxygen upward. Because every now and then it'll grab like this. Grab one little micro unit of carbon dioxide. Not a big issue. Do I stream? I stream part-time, basically. I'm a stay-at-home parent. Got 3 kids, all under 5 currently. I just stream part-time. I used to be... This guy using the bathroom really made me proud because I'm potty training currently. I was like, yes, he woke up. He didn't make a mess. I used to be in accounting. But yeah. It'd be nice for, to develop into something more. Or get my foot in the door for an opportunity in the video games industry. Kind of just feeling that out as I go. But probably could take disinfect off this, right? Disable disinfect. Because this is where the bad stuff is coming, so don't even worry about disinfecting that, my man. Got any seeds? What's that? Oh, we got more. Ugh. I feel like we're good for people. Otherwise, food shortages is just gonna keep. Unless I see somebody here that's just like a game changer. I don't really think. Like I have pretty a decent amount of hands on deck, so that if I got a project, I'm like everybody focus on. We're gonna focus completely on like air filtration. Everybody jumping in and pitching that is gonna be good enough. So right now, I think we're gonna just do this. Just put it on the floor. Unrefrigerated. Let's try to see if we can do farm tile. How big are these? Are these 1 tile each? So construct that. Deconstruct this. Let's put a farm tile here. And then if I want to do this upside down, it would be like that, right? Because they grow 2 units tall. Because then that could conserve space. Because then we can have like compost heap here, and 4, then another compost heap. I don't know how many compost heaps I really need. Farming tiles might just kind of take care of themselves. I don't know. Only pepper nuts. Okay. I was just doing it for show. Okay, wait. Uproot. Let's uproot the small one. He's like, oh, the maggots are ripe. Get them. Okay. Can we? I feel like priority 9 is pretty important, guys. We get it. Oh, wait, I have all this stuff too. What is this? It's just a floating 9. Cancel. Cancel. Guys! An entire day went by. What's the priority map looking like? What are you guys focused on? Actually, let me cancel this. What are you guys focused on? What is this? Oh, is it a plant? Are they maintaining this plant somehow? Can they not? What? I'm not sure. Wait, does this have to be like... Does this need to have something under it? Does farm tile have to be like this? They're just being slow. You incompetent fools! How do you just go? Do I not have the material for it? They're just ignoring me. Okay. Alright. Is there like a jail I could build? Is there a jail I could build? Because, top priority! All hands on deck! You guys better be getting the supplies. Nope. They're ignoring me still. Maybe I just need to redo it. Hold on. How do I take off red alert? Cancel. Can I get a farm tile? do it. Nah, dang it. Okay. Farm tile priority high or highest. I think he's just falling down here. Okay, what's next? Air system. Converts water into oxygen and hydrogen. What am I gonna do with the hydrogen? Airflow tile, gas valve, liquid valve, supercomputer, skill scrubber. Automation overlay enables access to automation overlay. Wire bridge. Seems, yeah. Don't they have like basically conveyor belts now? I'm worried about just surviving, but you know, I should be worrying about. Algae distiller. Ice. Oh, maybe that's what we do. We go find ice, cause isn't like ice like really plentiful once you get to a certain level? Oh man, exposure or exosuit. I was sorry, Remus Red. I don't know what I'm supposed to go to. Maybe I just do the next thing and then just work my way into learning everything. Because I don't really know what I should be doing. There we go, Lindsay. Thank you, Lindsay. Was it that hard to get this done? Yay! Hey, fungal spore. Wait, what'd you guys do with the seeds? What's this do? Edible mushrooms. Did you guys just eat all the mushrooms that we just got from previously? So I think they did something to what I uprooted here. What's this? Mushroom need to be in O2 to grow. Well, ideally O2 goes down. I was about to say O2 ideally goes down. CO2, I mean. I didn't think I was this saturated with oxygen. What's funny is, if these have been really working as hard as they have been, then we've been going through a lot of algae. I'm just realizing. Just to keep those up and running. Which is probably bad because they could have been used for food. As opposed to oversaturating our air with oxygen. Okay, let me think. What should I do? I could block this off and do the whole God. Do the whole airlock and only feeding this room with CO2. Oh god. Harvest before it dies. It's gonna die if they don't harvest it soon, right? Good. carbon dioxide. Does this need carbon dioxide too? It can also work with carbon dioxide, I think. All right. No, I can't do that. Let's uproot that. Uproot that. Do I have airlock yet? Working on air system. Almost there. You'll be fine, guys. Okay. So we're gonna need. Oh God! Stop. Just kidding. Everything's not an emergency right now. Womp womp. This will be the CO2. Should probably also. How would we do this? This needs 4 units, so we're going to do this. Maybe wait. This. But basically, this will be a little reservoir for oxygen to rise into, because I'm guessing that they need carbon dioxide. These plants that need carbon dioxide will produce oxygen. This oxygen will pool up here and then be pumped out. All right. Gas filter. Okay. How does this work? 2 in, 1 out. Okay. So, hold on. Can I put it here? Can't put it here. Okay. Gas filter. Why can't this go here? SP, unoccupied space. Oh, cramp. Okay, so like this. Okay. Right? Yeah. Okay, never mind. Well. And then this pumps into here. Oxygen goes here. Carbon dioxide will go right? Yeah. Construct this. So now I need to assign what this does. Carbon dioxide. All other gas goes up. Okay. Do I have airlock? Because then this will need the same thing actually. So this needs room up here. Da, 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 da. Do 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 do. Something like that. Basically, I want to force everything into this pocket only. Even though it's gonna be a little weird. It's nighttime. Okay, okay. Oh, that needs power too? Oh man. Wire? I can't do it like that. Does that not work? Or was it working and I just, because it's not connected yet? This to this. It will pump out everything, right? Except for carbon dioxide. How do I set that? Hold on. It will pump out everything but. Or do I do it? Oh, wait. Maybe I do it like this. This will just go down. Oops, that's wrong. Did he build it? Okay, right. This just go down to here. And this will go to here. So if it pumps any carbon dioxide, it just pump it right back down here. Bum, 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 bum. Why isn't this pumping? Pipe block. Don't tell me I did it again. Don't tell me I did it again. Green to white. Green to green. Wait. Wait. Okay, wait. Yeah. These all go to white. It just merges and goes up. Oop. These go to here. This goes to here. Right? Guess I'll put putting a few O2 generators up at the top, letting the CO2 naturally collect at the bottom. I mean, this initial design was kind of a byproduct of me wanting the oxygen to rise naturally. Now that I want I want the bottom, I want it to actually pool down here. Now it's all messed up. Oh, wait, now it's working. Let's see. Is it doing it? Oxygen and other gases. What's that? What's yellow? What's orange? CO2 is being pumped here. Okay. Okay. Where's my airlocks? Oh god. Airlock. Oh no, what's this other color? I need another I probably need an advanced research station, don't I? Dang it. Okay. So this whole thing I've been constructing is kind of not even nothing. Blossom seed. I'm guessing this is a good seed? Let's do it. Food. I guess I could block this off. I have too much. Yeah, I have a lot going on. I have a lot going on for it not even being really a thing yet. I mean, it looks like we have a surplus, if anything. Wait, you're saying there's too much on the circuit in general? Or overload damage? Oh. When was that a thing? Oh no. How do I need upgraded wiring, maybe? Max power. 1,000. So these are pumping out, I don't even know. So now I have to manage circuits? Oh my god. Okay. Dang it. Well, isn't this great? Another thing to stinking worry about. Oh yeah. Power disable. this one too. Why is it still moving? Does someone have to manually come down and disable it? And another thing is, since this is a throughput for the oxygen, will then this not throughput anything? Or just it will throughput everything except it just won't do the filtering of the one of the selected. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, they have to come over and turn it off. God dang it. Someone got level up. Can you guys build my farms before you guys starve to death? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. The only thing you actually interact with in this game is technically the research table, right? Everything else they have to do. So now the question is this going to still pump correctly? Nope, white block. Dang it! But how's our circuit? And the circuit isn't being overloaded by supply, it's overloaded by demand, right? Strained. Switch. Yeah. So what do we got? Probably disable, get rid of that altogether. Since we have pipes. This one is from before we had even pipes. I think I just need to put oxygen on a different circuit. Oxygen creation. Okay, what do we need? Blossom seed. Happen. Blossom seed. What do I look for now? So how do I get these advance points? With the supercomputer, maybe? What's this? Kiln. Airflow stuff. Oh wait, manual airlock. Wait, what was I looking over here for? Mechanized airlock? Whatever, man. Get it done. There's so much crap. Uh-oh. Need more storage. Not that it matters since we're using the floor. Good job, guys. You're holding this base down. If only... I mean, I guess I could... what could I do? I can block this. I'm trying to think of a way to kind of force this into being this. Later tech can scrub it. Trying to think. Yeah, it's super saturated now. Got so much oxygen. Let's see. What if we... Wait, can we split? No. Guess I just have to do the math. Okay. 1,000. 1,000. Where is our breaking point? Where's my calculator? 120 plus 240 plus 240 plus 1. So this system by itself, this air pumping system by itself needs to be on its own. So unless I get the wires, where are the wires? Let me see where the wires are. Where are the upgraded wires? Electric, power, better wires, heavy watt wire. I need a supercomputer running. Stations, supercomputer, which is going to take up more power. Gonna finally meet our neighbor over here. Get these seeds that have been dropping how many times. As if there's like a lot over there. It's just been farming by itself. Oh no, the water level. Oh no. It's starting to drop already. It's bothering me. Get it all done. Excuse me. Okay. Sorry. Dang it. How many watts? Because the thing about this thing is like how energy. Like how much does it run in a day? Because then I can make specifically build a battery area to supply this pumping system with gas pump. Like how many watts per day? Otherwise, I just have to kind of eyeball it. Maybe 3 of these batteries can support it for a day. And then I have to go in through here. Delete one of these. Sorry. Sorry. Let's say probably more actually, because if it's already half and almost through the day, just to be safe, it's not really half. Just to be safe. So what sucks is I want them all to be charged by the same source, but then I want to split how it's dispersed. Oh, we got the airlock. I should keep all the bad air, quote unquote bad air. And then these should actually be airflow floors. And then we basically pump all the carbon dioxide into here. It kills me. There's this stuff just falls down here constantly. I don't know what they're doing up here. Hey, look, we got our little light guy. What's this? You lack advanced research skill. Is that what this skill board stuff is? I haven't been. That's the thing about me. Like, I don't know if it's with this game in general or if it's something personal to me, but tunnel vision is a killer. Look at all these exclamation points of new things that I've got, but haven't utilized because I've been trying to work on this air system project. So there's probably a way for me to skill board. So I need to make a skill board for them to train into being able to use the computer. Is what I'm thinking. This is like Education Alley here. Got the research, got the skill. Top priority, I'm sure you need electricity too, will just be great. What do I do about this water? This is our reserve water, we can pump into here if need be. But what happens after that? Even if we could somehow turn the polluted water to pure water, there's not enough of it to supply this reservoir. What's wrong? Food poisoning? Maybe we cut off the shower. Maybe we got our plumbing bathroom up and running prematurely. They should have still been slumming it. Alright, what can we do? Water cooler provides gathering place for people at certain downtime. Gives them a place to eat. Sick bay. This medicine cure most basic diseases. Because you receive treatment for any sickness by doctor. I guess let's start with a sick bay. Or this, whatever this is. Apothecary. Of course, power. Okay, let's deconstruct that. What's the difference between manual airlock and mechanized? Maybe mechanized is I can actually open and close it. Okay. Power. How many batteries? Seven. Let's take 4. And 1. Woo woo. Let's get rid of that wasted wiring. Now we need it to go down. Oh wait, we need to destroy this connection. This connection. And power bridge here. And this to this. Right. Get it done, son. Not sure what all I made priority there, but turn these back on. Let's see if it works. Question is, can they reach this? Can they reach it through the floor here? Devin, what's wrong with that tummy, man? Okay. God. I feel like this has been sitting here for a while. Could we use another person? Wait. Hatches excrete solid coal as waste. hatchling. Times 3. How do I let them hatch? Oh look, is it just gonna hatch randomly? Care for this egg. Incubation, okay. Viability, 100%. Eggs will lose viability over time when exposed to poor environmental conditions. At 0% viability, critter egg will become cracked and unable to hatch. Okay. Should be good here. This is a decent area. We'll see what happens. Can they not get to these? Place this with a door. Thanos! What do you think about the community with the game on mobile devices? Yeah, I think this would be a killer app, as they say. Thanks for the follow. I haven't been really involved in the community though. This is my first time picking it back up in a long time. Haven't like gotten to any of the forums to see. Like I probably actually should. There's such a big learning curve that there's no shame in finding guides out there to let's actually put this up at priority so we can get these batteries charged. I don't think there's any shame in like learning a go-to route, because I feel like a lot of times I'm sitting idly by burning through resources when I could be optimizing them by, researching properly, building certain things, not building certain things. I feel like I'm probably burning through a lot of algae by having so many of these and stuff, but I like the fact that I can, so far at least, I like the fact that like streaming this game, there's not a bunch of people coming in here trying to tell me how to play. Like I know there's some communities that are like, what are you doing? They're the worst. Uninstall now. I mean, there's not too creative games. I feel like have a decent kind of. They come with a decent kind of group of people, like by default. And like with this game, there's so much to do. It's actually hard to backseat somebody because there's just so much. Okay, here we go. How's the power? Sorry, Max, you're the one. You're the one. Oh, hey, somebody get on it. So these 4 batteries are in charge of this air system, which is trying to pump this area constantly with carbon dioxide and oxygen throughout the base. I think I need more treadmills on this. Yeah. Oh. What's causing it? Maybe if we take one of these off. Let's see. 240 plus 60 plus 60 plus 120 plus 240 plus 240. So all these up here by themselves get us to 960. So water. Let's see how we do it. How we gonna do this? How are we gonna do this? This and this and this and this. Hold on. Can I not deconstruct that? I need that deconstructed. Oh wait, you got these. Why does it not show it? Okay, these. Good. Okay, alright. So, should probably slow down time here. Alright, these need to go. Priority's oxygen. Right, so there. Then this goes like this, and this is going where? This is going up. So wait, really need more bikes. Power. Should probably get coal involved, but I'm worried about running out of coal. Plus then I gotta deal with the byproduct of coal power, right? Prioritize. Do. And you never checked on this board to see what it did. Hurry up, finish it, so I can change the priority. What are you doing? Okay. Alright. Oh my god, storage. I guess I could deconstruct this and just keep building storage hall in perpetuity. How's our airlocks doing? Is still not viable? With higher halted fertilization. Carbon dioxide. What's the air in here? It's still oxygen. So this is pumping out. It's pumping out oxygen. Ever so gradually. So we need a way to collect carbon dioxide. So I wonder if I should have another pump. Maybe I should actually move this pump from down here to up here to where these guys are actually using the air. Can you reach that? I think they can reach this one. I'm not sure if they can reach this. It's crazy. It's still. Let me see power. Power to these. Probably don't need. Is it still over? Oh, there you go. You see the max circuit. Oh crap. So these are yellow because they're depleted, not because they're overloaded. Wait, how many people do we have here? Because before long, I'm gonna run out of treadmills. Let's see. I have 8. Oh, this isn't connected to anything. What's it supposed to be connected to? $240, $720. That'd be $960. Okay. So we got 3 batteries here, 3 batteries here, 4 batteries here. 2 treadmills per thing. So let's just turn priority up to on this. Let's see if Okay, skills. We need advanced research. Anybody? Oh god. Who would work? Who would be best suited for it? I guess. How do I cancel? Oh god. Tinkering, creativity, kindness, for origin. What would research be? Learning? Is there a learning? Oh, he has learning already. So he likes cooking. Okay, okay. Wherever the heart is. Anybody have hearts? Oh, anybody has their heart set on research? No? Nobody? Alright. I mean, this guy has learning, though. Learning at 5 already, so it should be good fit. Everybody else will just try to stick them. How do I undo this one? Right clicking takes me out of it. How do I undo that? Or can you undo? Maybe once I clicked it. Oh, is this how it works? Is how maybe every time they dinged. This is what I should have been putting it in. And I have to use a special scrubber to get it off. Well, dang. Improve carrying. This is how I also get people that could actually dig through the hard material, right? Hard digging. Who loves to dig? You seem very specialized in it. This is actually going to be this is a game changer right here. Improve carrying, improve tinkering. What's tinkering do exactly? Oh, can we make a doctor? You want to be a doctor, Ren? Kindness. How good's your kindness? Your kindness is 0. Yeah, I guess first we could do people who only have 1 specialization. We'll focus down them first. So then we get the people who have multiple specializations to fill in the gaps. Except for this guy, we're going to keep him on the research path because he has the best learning. You like to be a doctor. Where's the gaps? Farming. Crop tending. So you're a farmer. Herald. Herald could either be construction or medicine. Construction or medicine. It's probably good to have 2 doctors. Even though we technically... Oh, wait, we have somebody. Somebody's on construction already. Yeah, probably good to have 2 doctors. Construction, anybody can technically do construction, so... So this guy. He hates it. Tinkering. We don't have anybody in tinkering and anybody carrying, but... Our base is so small, I feel like carrying's not that important right now. We can always import another duplicate to then focus on carrying. Strength, nothing to fight. Art and fundamentals, I don't really care about that. I don't really care about their aesthetics. Their aesthetic surroundings currently. I have a point, but I can't put it in this. Why? Oh, because I need both. I see. Well, why not work on it, I guess. Work on both of these to go to here. Alright. Bling, blow, blam, bloop, bladoop. Alright, you guys are now optimized for all kinds of business. Are you guys suffocating? Please, God. Please, God, no. Why you guys look? Why you guys look so terrible? Are you guys sick? Or food poison and grimy. What was if? It'd be nice if I could take the polluted water and put them down here, so then it makes this air. Does it say natural gas was in here? Chlorine. Carbon dioxide. Oh my god. So wait, maybe I shouldn't make this porous? Can I undo it? Make it regular again? Because all the carbon dioxide is going to the bottom. How do I get rid of this point? I don't know if I can. So let's just do that. And then, how do we pump? So our power supplies. So basically, I need to freaking put my farm down here. If I don't want to wait on this. Yes. So the question now is, this needs chlorine. This needs light. It needs slime. God dang it. Gosh dang it. Air pressure is bad. These are very specific biomes. I thought I could just pump out the oxygen and it kind of take care of itself. I gotta think about the entire biome of the specific crops that I'm trying to. I guess the best thing to do is to pick the simplest plant and then focus down on that, which looks like. Which looks like mealwood. So let me undo these. Uproot this crap. But we could still pump carbon dioxide in down here because mealwood can eat it up. Even though I don't know if it actually processes it. It could just be it just needs to be in carbon dioxide, oxygen, or polluted oxygen, and it's fine. I don't know if it'll actually consume it though. Technically it should, but I don't know if that's how they have it. Not sure if that's how they make it work. Oxygen. Eventually this will start pumping other stuff like chlorine and stuff, right? Out of here because it's so toxic. How? Because these pumps cost a lot for as far as energy. Boop. Oh god, no. Okay. It's toxic room. Oh god. So wait, what did I unlock? Hydrogen generator. So isn't there a machine that separates oxygen into hydrogen? Oh no, it separates water into hydrogen and oxygen. Heavy watt wire. I think this is what I was actually looking for. I think we actually solved it by separating the way we have. So now the question is, if y'all don't stop dropping this stuff down in this hole. Do we get another person? Dang it. Stuff drains the energy. I could look to coal. What do I want to do? Let's just bring somebody new in. Squeamish and unconstructive. Ugly crier. Strength weak. This guy has a lot of good traits otherwise though. Let's try it. Let's try him out. Get this done. Get his bed prepared. someone's got skills. Farming. What you get? This guy actually likes research. Look, we found the guy. However, to really take advantage of going this way, we should make him go this route, and then he'll play catch up in the other ways. I don't know. I hate that we have that one guy's point in here. It's throwing me off of like what I should do. Frick. Suit wearing. I wonder if you get a rocket and you can actually leave this asteroid or whatever we're on. Maybe that's the end game. I should probably actually get off. Find a stopping point. Let's do carrying. Because it is 3 a.m. I should probably cut this short. Or cut this short. Stop. Why are they stifled? Oh, you know what? Some of the gases won't rise high enough for this to suck it out. And for it to just be carbon dioxide in here. Like chlorine. Carbon dioxide, oxygen, natural gas. You'll need to suck out natural gas and chlorine first. At least now it's not pooling down here. Right? Looks like this one's trying to grow. Only because it's probably the closest one is to this. I still think I should probably put a pump, move this pump up. And also maybe block this area off. So like, can I turn these? I can. How do I block off this area so that oxygen isn't being wasted by having to go up here? I wonder. Oxygen and polluted oxygen. Because it's all that crap. All these polluted water jugs everywhere. Oh, this guy's stuck. Like, why is the guy just standing there? He's stuck. Fabrication. Allergic reaction. Minor germ-based diseases. Man, there's just so much. Amino booster. How would you cure food poisoning? I wonder. Come on. Oh, wait. Sufficient oxygen production and generation. It's not good. Wait, is there something to scrub oxygen? Polluted oxygen. Power transformer. Choose to overload by increasing power flow. Gigawatt joint plate. It's all nice and everything, but and this needs power. Of course it does. Dang it. Come on. Power shut off. Signal switch, automated wire bridge. Automation wire. Kiln. Fire pole. What will help me? I prefer gas vents. Gas shut off. Say gas pipe carries minimal charge in minimal change in temperature. Ice maker. Insulated plate. I need something. I need stuff that converts and purifies all that stuff. Slime into algae. Liquid reservoir stores liquid. Insulated pipe. Carbon skimmer. I need something for polluted oxygen. Polluted oxygen. Polluted oxygen. Or do I just have to deal with it? Farm station. Fertilizer. Hydroponic. Refrigerator. That could actually help for like people getting sick, I'm thinking. Because every time they're sick, they stop every now and then and start heaving like, oh, I'm sick. So that's killing production ever so slightly. Carbon skimmer. There's got to be something with. There's got to be something for polluted oxygen. HVAC. Unless it's something I have to manually just do with all the pumps. Energy, power, farming, plumbing, filtration. Uses sand to filter polluted oxygen from the air, reduces disease spread. Okay, this is what I want. All right. Doop-a-doo. Okay, what's the issue with these? Air pressure is bad. It's higher air pressure. Shut this off. Uproot. Airlock door. Oops. Okay, doors there. So now oxygen top is here. Okay, where do I put these? Just anywhere? Oxygen. Oh god. I should probably make like all this mesh floors so that everything can pass through very easily and them not suffocate up here. Uh, do use sand to filter polluted oxygen from air, reduces disease spread. Looks like you could just place them anywhere. It's like, how much does this cost? Actually, I just spam them everywhere. Kind of don't want to spam them everywhere because then it's gonna look just like messy. So maybe like. Trying to think of a pattern of how this would look nice. Screw it. This is gonna be some scrubbed. Let me scrubbing the crap out of this air. Can you guys clean up all this crap? Oh wait, these need things to sit on. It looked like it did, but I thought it would not even let me build it if. In that case. Do. God, hope you guys don't die up there. Hope you guys don't die. Polluted oxygen. How can I do this? What? It'd be nice if I could stick this on the ceiling. Like if you could rotate it, it would make sense. But whatever. One there. One there. I don't know how actively or passively these are doing stuff. Do. Let's just take some medicine. I feel like we should prioritize these floors. Being porous. Get it done. How's things looking in here? So I really need. I need air to be pumped in here because I feel like the air pressure in this area is bad because this is constantly sucking out but nothing's being pumped in. There's only a few carbon dioxide particles being pumped in here. So I'm trying to think what. How can I increase the pressure in here? How can I increase air pressure here? If maybe I filter out only oxygen and pump everything into this room. Which would mean I would need to switch these. Yeah. Good. What's this? Carbon dioxide. A lot of carbon dioxide. A lot of carbon dioxide. Yeah. Oops. Yeah, this will work better because it'll pump out all this purple and then this will be red. Yeah. So now the issue is power. We need more batteries. And one more of these, maybe. Sufficient oxygen generation. Hmm. Okay. So how's the air? Oxygen. Is it just it's a bad density. It's oxygen, but it's like the worst density. I think is the issue. So maybe if we could let the bad air go down easier. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Maybe it's being pumped up too low? Wire, not the wire. So maybe not enough's being pumped up high. Maybe just have it all pumped up to the top. That's it. We'll see how this goes. If I make more porous ground floor, it'll make its way down to this pump. That's the idea. Making it easier for the pump to suck up bad air and put it in another room. I'll force all the other air down, right? What kills me is I feel like it should be rising more naturally, but I don't know. This is becoming more of a stable atmosphere in here. God dang it. He's stinking. Okay, what can we research now? I don't even know. Refinery. Water sieve. Water from polluted water. So these are kind of pointless here because so much high pressure, good air is being pumped through here. I feel like these are not useful here. We need to get these canisters out of here. We need to clean up all this, but okay, here we go. It's about to get Operation Cleanup. It's about to be underway. Operation Pick Up All This Crap. Okay, for this, yes, we need more hands on deck here. Actually, let's get rid of this. Farming, learning, creativity, cooking, doing kindness, epileptic. Binge eater. Oh. A binge eater is what turned me off. Okay, so we have 10 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 beds. Let's put priority on it. You. We can get over here, right? Not sure if they can. I think they can jump. I don't think they can reach up here though, so. Everybody got a bed? Use the potty first. Yeah, why isn't this being done? Oh wait, is Operation Cleanup taking priority over this power? So they're cleaning up over providing power to... guys, come on. Come on, guys. Let's reset everything then. And yes. Power generation. Should be up there. And then, what else? Kind of like leave it to them. It's this polluted water though in these jugs. Those bubbles that are coming out of it is polluting the air. So maybe make these 9. Polluted water. One's picking them up. It's kind of disappointing. So how's the air situation? We're going to die. Do we not have algae for it? What was... Do I have too many people breathing the air? Maybe. Oh, God. I don't like this. 10 places to eat. That's the mess hall. What are you guys doing? All these 9s sitting over here, they shouldn't be. I don't understand. Now let's see if everything's charged. Let's see if all this pumping. Carbon dioxide's being singled out. To be pumped in here. Should I just pick up the water? Oh, they did. They finally picked it up. Wait, there's another one. Nope, never mind. It's right here. What is their deal? I don't know. Empty. Dump bottle contents on the floor. Hmm. Where's this pipe blocked? Da, 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 da. I can't get to this. Now you can get to it. I need to close it. Crap. Can they reach that if I destroy that? Hmm. So from here, he'll build that and then pick up all this crap. Shark this. Question is, they're gonna suck this up and build this, or come on, get it done. Okay, good. Ah, there's still a piece in there. God dang it! I thought they grabbed it. Okay. So what's being pumped? Oxygen is going out. Da, 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 da. Oxygen is being singled out to be going here. Everything else is being pumped back. Therefore, that way the pressure in here, because if you're sucking everything except for carbon dioxide out, then it's going to deplete the pressure in here drastically. But if you're sucking only oxygen out and pumping everything back in, then you'll basically barely be reducing the pressure. So yeah, there. Let me fix that pressure issue for this room. I hope I can figure out a good recipe to use for these. Because this is pretty much what I'm mass producing. Looks like I have some other seeds, but let's see what else we got. Oxygen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, farm plot. Isn't this the one that I was having issues with? I forget. This one needs light. I think that's the biggest issue with this one. It needs light. I ain't got time for that right now. What's up, Jason? Good morning. How's it going? Found me another base building micromanagement production game. Oh god, I can't take any more people. What is this? Dirt? I'd rather take dirt than have any more mouths to feed. That's a shame. So is this me, or are they like ignoring their order to pick up all this crap? Funny thing is I think this little guy fell down here. Why is he? Considering day's done, it's our review. I'm disappointed. I mean, I kept my peripheral eye was on it to see if it'd be, but yeah, I've also seen that people are kind of uniformly disappointed with the game. Copy and paste storage parameters. I just have it all. I don't think you can copy and paste. Or yeah, you can copy settings here. And I guess you would paste it on one. How would you know how to paste it? Copy. Oh, that's how you do it. So right now, anything I click will have its settings pasted until I right-click out. So yeah. Yeah, you click on it, copy, and then anything you click it's going to paste it. Right now, I just have these set to all because I can only imagine, like, if you had I'm gonna have storage next to the food prep station, and it's only gonna be food. Like, it makes sense, right? But that was just there's so much micromanagement. There's so much micromanagement potential in this game. It's kind of ridiculous. It kind of makes me scared. Oh wow, look at that. It's beautiful. I'm scared to get that micromanaging because I'll lose track, and then I'll have just like entire production lines just stop because I forgot to do something. Yeah, I'm actually more interested in World War Z than Days Gone because World War Z was created by the people who made Left 4 Dead, and I love Left 4 Dead. The thing is, I think World War Z is not really like a full. It's not what Days Gone was supposed to be. It's just you jump in with 4 people, I think, and then just fight a horde. Well, Days Gone was supposed to be an adventure game, and people are saying it's just really boring or something, lackluster. So yeah, that's disappointing. What do I want? Fossil fuel or agriculture, maybe? People with a bunch of skills. You're going that route. You're going. Where are you going? Let's take you this route. Tidy. Excuse me. God. So tidying. As our secondaries. Do builder, doctor. Another doctor on our hands here. Okay. Sage road. We get into the second fight with the Guardian 8. Never enjoyed Left 4 Dead. Oh God. Or water. This is bad. Oh God. Okay, we have to figure out something with water. Is there the thing? Do we have the thing that purifies water? Water sieve. Produces clean water from polluted water using sand. Put that down here. Obviously, this is going to take power, though, right? What was that under? Water sieve. How much power do you want? 120. Um. I could put that here actually. Since we have a pump, we don't need this other one. That's this. Here. Water out. Pipe out goes there. Okay, pipe in. Oh, we have a whole thing here. Pipe in. I can repurpose this. Can I deconstruct that? Pipe to here, to here, to here. Let's see. Pipe that. Now this will need a pipe. Hold on. Nice. Water. Pump. This would go up to this. So this will pump dirty water up to this thing, which will distill it into clean water. Unfortunately, I don't think this little pool of polluted water is gonna rectify the fact that this reservoir is spent. I could connect these two. Then how do I force? I could actually do this. Hold on. I could do this. Pump down here. And basically replace this pump. Instead of trying to figure out how to pump this into this reservoir, just make that the reservoir. I think they finally made the mess. I'll pick up this polluted water. They're killing me with this. All right. Oh God. Uh. It's gonna be interesting. There's so much crap at the bottom of these. At the bottom here, it's gonna take it forever. Oh, it's just moving it. All right. Let's keep moving it up, I guess. What else? Power to that. Power to this. Power to that. Don't need any more mouse to fade. Which power line has room for more? No room. No room. No. 270. Basically, attach one more. This one. These. I shouldn't. What sucks is that even if I focus on getting this stuff up and running, it's gonna take way more effort for such little return. I don't know. Nice, nice. Build, man, build. He's like, oh God, I can't breathe. Go, man, go. So close. What are you doing? Good job. Now what? I could, I guess, upgrade the wiring. What is the max of this? Oh, wow. That's amazing. So maybe I do this. Can't upgrade? Cannot build inside tile. Oh. Well, that complicates things. Huh. Cannot build inside tile. What kind of bullshit? kinda I guess. Okay. That really complicates things. 60. What's running out of power here? Okay, let's do this. Let's get rid of this. Put a big battery. Big battery, quick. Okay, we're running out of allergy. Is that what we're running out of? I feel like there should be tons of algae in these storage bins. I don't know. Insufficient water. Okay. How? Do I need a place to make it into bottled water? Carbon skimmer. First water into oxygen, hydrogen. Bottle emptier. Please bottle liquid back into the world. Oh, is that what I need? Maybe that's why they don't pick up the water. Actually, wait. Let me think. Hold on. I need this to be like this. What? And then the water emptier. Here. Probably need something under it, so then this goes here. Probably don't need to disinfect this. I'm gonna leave that alone. Wait, can she get out now? Oh crap. Oh god. What are they doing? Oh. Okay. Why are they all coming in here? Need some kind of raw material over there. Okay, now what is this? Polluted water. So there are only empty polluted water bottles here. Oh, see there, now they're finally coming. Finally! Frickin'ly. Do not need to disinfect. Just let it get grimy. Hopefully them loading the bottles in there, though, don't mess up. Hopefully it doesn't mess up their, get their hands dirty and then they get sick. Food shortage. Oh, God. Let this be food? The hell? So this is essentially livestock, but I'm scared to try to take that under my wing right now. Oh God, someone's over here stuck. Copper ore, yeah. Oh crap, I wanted the copper ore. Oh, I thought she was stuck. Why are you crying? Lindsay, what's wrong? What's wrong? Are you stuck? I think she's stuck. Uproot. 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 Can you uproot? What? Oh, I thought she was stuck. She's just sad. She's just incredibly sad. Raw egg and refrigerated. Pollution exposure. Probably should compost that. What's behind here? There's something behind here. I don't think there should be. I think it's water, actually. What is our issue? Food. He's not producing fast enough. Oh, you know what could be cool? I think the animal that we had is dead. We had two of them. They were glowy things. If we could have trapped those in the room with the plants that demand light. Starvation. Wait, what? Oh God. This is how it ends. All right, I think this is where it ends because I think I have too big of a colony and not enough going for it. But now I have an idea. Like, if you think about my usage of space here, the farm should have been here in the carbon dioxide. Probably should add more, way more. Storage is ridiculous. Waste two whole rows of wasted space here. There's so many things I could have built. But then again, power would have been an issue, but I could have went for coal, for power, coal generator. Oh, heavy wall joint plate. So this is how you want heavy wiring through the wall. Okay. What else? Transformer. Transformer. By increasing or decreasing power flow. Stores the power that is fed into it. Sorry guys, you guys are gonna have to starve. As big as this farm is, it's not producing enough. Them's just the facts. We have algae here, but that's not gonna last enough to make it relevant. See, this is always the issue I run into with food production. These produce too slow. You need like 4 of what I have, 4 times as much as what I have for it to produce fast enough, maybe? Like, what's the growth rate? Oh, somebody died. We went from 10 people to 9. So I think I'm gonna go with double ladder, central. Still like a central main line. Or maybe I do it one ladder on the side of this and the other ladder on the side of this for symmetry. I think I'll have the beds actually low. No, which should the beds be? Oh god, he died in the garden. Frankie! Is he composting onto the plants at least? What do we do with them? But oh god. I think somebody's busting up all the stuff. Power is okay. Temperature. So batteries, I think we have to put high because it gets colder the more up we get, I think. I'm trying to plan out. There's 0 light. This whole setup was okay. I'm trying to think of how this would be better. I feel like I just need to sleep on it a little bit and think about positive decor, germs, farming. Ah, okay, this is cool. It tells you what they need to. Growing. Halted. Growing. What's all this? Notice the music's gotten all grim. Are they all dead? Oh, wait, where are they? There's 4 left. It's not showing this. Oh, wait. Display special purpose rooms and bonuses. Room overlay. How do you assign a room? Oh. Using a fully plumbed washroom will improve duplicates' morale. So the requirements are flush toilet, plumb wash station, no outhouses, no industrial machinery, minimum size, maximum size. Okay. So this is actually a good go-to for a guide of what you should be doing. Because if you basically set up all these rooms, these are what the game indicates will give you the best bonuses. What's necessary? So bedroom, decor, minimum light, morale. Single comfy bed. Wait, single comfy bed? I have to make an individual bedroom for everyone? No cots. Wait, what? Because these are all cots. I didn't even upgrade to comfy beds. Oh my god. So that's the other thing. I've been mostly playing on fast speed, but to properly do this, you would have to play it almost on paused for the setting it up. But then they do things so slow. Look, our last person, Ren, our sole survivor, is hiding in the bathroom. Unless it's a dead person in there. Ren, you alright? You wanna go home? I wish we could turn this thing into outbound. I'm sorry, Ren. Is he like legit hiding in the bathroom? Everyone else is dead. They're all dead. I worked them to death. Rip. Okay. It's a good stopping point. I feel like. Give a little shout out to our followers here. Kessium or Cisium. Thanos. Appreciate it. Appreciate everybody who's hung out with me today. I think if I'm going to play this again, I'm going to look up a little, 10 things I wish I knew before playing. Oxygen not included or something that's going to because I think that's one of the issues, at least for me with this game, is there's so much to learn. There's such a big learning curve that a lot of times I'm just lost. And then in that time that I'm sitting doing nothing at fast speed, the game's just burning through the materials, burning through my productive time that should be productive, not just sitting around. So I think I'm gonna get a better idea of what I should be doing. This was good as far as reminding me of just basics. But I think, I don't know. I'll also look up, I guess, other people's bases and see how they have wires going through it, especially if you can't put the heavy duty wires through the floorboards. I feel like that complicates things. But then you could, I guess, make a certain what's it called? Like manually make a wall here, and basically a gap that's where you have all your utility wall. make your own manual utility wall, I feel like will be a smart play. But the thing about doing that is, if you don't plan that from the get go, you got to kind of improvise where you're gonna put it, and then you gotta move things around. And if you're micromanaging like crazy, you might lose track of what you moved and how you had it set up. So I guess even in that case, you would just find where you want to move it to, build a copy all the settings to it, and then destroy the originals. That would be the best way to do that. So I guess it's not that big an issue, but the way I like to do things, I like to do things once. The thing about that is, I basically, my intention when I play these kinds of games is to build almost the mega base from jump, and which means building big and almost unsustainable. Or just them running around a lot more than they need to be if you start small and then grow. We'll see. I don't know. I had fun though. Unfortunately, everybody died. You could check out my Katana Zero playthrough here. It's about 5 hours or 5.5 hours to go through the whole game. It was pretty fun, pretty interesting. Here though, you have Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice. Finally beat it after, I think it was 12 sessions of me sitting down and streaming it. Anywhere from 2 hours to 4 or 5 hours each session. So a good healthy amount of time in that game. Not sure what I'm going to play next though. What's coming out? What else is coming out? Can't think. Days Gone was mentioned, but a lot of people are saying it's kind of a disappointment. World War Z, I feel like it'd be more fun if I had kind of like with Left 4 Dead, if you have a dedicated group to kind of just go out and just kill zombies with and have fun with that. But then after you're done with that, there's I don't think that much more to the experience, which was where Days Gone was supposed to be like, okay, you want an actual game that has a little story and adventure. This is the game, but now wait for something else. I can't remember what games are coming out. Well, you can check my social media for all that. Keep up with all that stuff. But I'm out of here, guys. Have a good day. Have a good weekend. If I don't try to make up a stream since I skipped Monday and yesterday. Or yesterday. Yep, Monday and Thursday. I skipped Monday and Thursday, or Monday and Wednesday. So if I decide to make it up, I might see you guys tomorrow. I won't see you guys on Saturday because I'll be seeing Avengers Endgame. Maybe Sunday. I'll see. I'm out. Peace.